trying to get that algorithm thumbnail. I think we got it. It's gonna have my terrible diagram on it, though. That's a bummer. Whatever. You're an LLM? Are you, though? And yeah, no, this still, like, boils back to the fact that could an LLM create some content from this? Maybe. But would it feel cheaper? Probably. I know, cost of living is a real factor. Yeah, I totally understand that. Yeah, definitely something to think about, for sure. So how about this? What's a cheap cost of living country that has fast internet? Because I'm gonna have gigabytes of video that they need to download. Like hundreds of gigabytes over time. Philippines, okay. What's up, FD? How you doing? Morocco has fast internet? Really? Good English in the Philippines? Okay. Okay. That's going in the Trello board. $100 megabit is really not amazing, right? Because you'd have to divide the 100 megabit by 8, which puts us at 16, which means that downloading a gigabyte is quite a long time. Yeah, but that's not terrible. Yeah, upload speed would be important too. Wait, did I not drag that? What's up, Illist? Yeah, how you doing? Oh, so that's what you got, FD? Interesting. So India might be an option. India, let's do this as India, Philippines, Morocco, there we go, Morocco. I don't know, thoughts? Still not sure. I guess a big part of it would be how much time would it take? Yeah, hold on. Let me read this real quick. All right. Well, hold on. Let's double check this. Cost of living comparison by country. So let's say United States compared to someone said Brazil. It's first in the list that we found so far. I probably should have. I was just spacing. Okay. I think that helps. Nope, I'm good on that. Then here, Morocco. Morocco's about the same as Brazil. Okay. Hey, what's up, Suyash? How you doing? And then Philippines. So they're all pretty close. Okay. That's right. Yeah, let's try India. It does seem... Okay, yeah, so now, like, 10% lower than the others. But... yeah, is that, like, basically, like, averages? Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Something to think about. Yeah, massively depends on the city. And India is large, right? So because that's an average, the average could be getting skewed. No, I'm just looking at, like, hiring an editor. I'm not 100% sold on the idea. I'd have to, like, crunch some numbers. Yeah, exactly. Mainly to just pull out, like, reaction content from the news crawls and to pull out, like, shorts. There we go. Time to get some interns. There could be a good idea of, like, a work trade thing. Like, you know, exchange some video editing for some, like, pairing sessions. I could see that being worthwhile. Like, I would be way more interested in that. Build an AI editor. There's a bunch of those that exist. I just don't think number one, I'm not the person to do that. Yeah, for pairing sessions, Brazil would make a lot of sense. Oh, so in Morocco, you were saying, like in suburbs, it could be a half or third of that. Okay. No, that makes sense too. Yeah, like I'd still have to pick highlights and I don't know, like it'd be tricky. There are some that are good at like trying to find and edit clips, but AI editing's taking over? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, FD. I think, yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, exactly, Bystar. Yeah, I think I'd rather try and find someone maybe in the US and yeah, turn it into a bit of like a work trade thing. I feel like that could be worthwhile. Because I wouldn't want to charge people money for like pairing sessions or like mentorship. I don't even like the word mentorship. But I know that people do gain value from that kind of thing. So yeah, I would think like a work trade would be worthwhile. Well, no, so Suyash, during the news crawl, that's what I'm talking about. So I do a recording of the news crawl, and I could just send them the recording of the news crawl. And that's like usually no more than like an hour or two, like per day. Oh, you're saying like AI editors are taking over the chat. Yeah, exactly. There you go. If this was a discussion on Twitter, oh my god, it'd be really bad. We'd have hundreds of comments. Like, hundreds of comments. None of them worthwhile. But yeah, I think because the news crawl part is so much smaller, that's all I'm actually trying to like get content from. So I'm not worried about someone extracting content from my like entire VOD. So I think like at an hour or two per day, it's a little easier. And that might be a good thing for AI to do, like split up, you know, the VODs into smaller like chunks. And then I just send them the chunks that I care about. So I think there could be like a good like part of that. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you for like just allowing me to like think on this. It's definitely something I want to do. Oh no, Bystar. This was basically an example of how bad, like how bad my diagramming is. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Recommend this channel. What you up to? So currently we're just transitioning from the news crawl that we just did into a like we're gonna be doing development today. So the dev we're doing today is we actually have a today command, but we don't have it on YouTube. So hold on, let me just do this real quick. So this is a rare Sunday stream. We are working on magic links instead of username password auth. We also implemented our own two-factor auth, or technically multi-factor auth, such as like the Google Authenticator app stuff. And the main goal for that is we're making a financial application, and financial in the loosest term. We're more like a middleware for, you know, between your business and Stripe, or your business and PayPal, etc. And this is in the efforts of making a balance as a service, or a ledger as a service. So if you've ever used DigitalOcean, when you want to spin up a droplet, you pay them $20 and you have $20 worth of like credit to deduct from when you spin up stuff, right? So if you spin up a DigitalOcean droplet, you're not billed for $5 for the entire month just because you ran it for an hour. You're billed just for the hour that you ran it, and it deducts from that balance. The main gist is the prepaid aspect of it versus the invoiced aspect of it. And you'll see a similar approach to a ledger as a service in AI tools, right? Like Photo AI, or, you know, any of these things that are wrappers around ChatGPT, etc. Even, OpenAI or AI providers could benefit from using the service that I'm building. So not even just like the wrappers, but the core things as they spin up. And, you know, why would they want to waste time building out their ledger system when they could actually just outsource that bit? Because that's what software as a service is for. And then very similarly, you see the same thing in like mobile apps, or mobile games, I should say, where you spend $20, you get X amount of BS coins or whatever, and then you use those BS coins to buy cosmetics on their internal marketplace, right? Boom. The main gist is these things are not transferable. It's a one-time purchase to the thing, and you're just buying something that applies to you. You're not exchanging money with other people, because then you run afoul of like money laundering stuff, which gets tricky. But virtual currency is totally a thing in games for all sorts of reasons. So we can solve gaming, AI providers, hosting providers, those types of businesses, and their billing like mechanisms. So I think that's a pretty solid niche to target. Does that make sense? So yeah, the part that we're working on right now is we need to add some rate limiting to our multi-factor stuff. I also need to think about when we create the user's account. And I'm thinking we can easily just create a user account. It's just a single row in a DynamoDB table. Those are incredibly cheap. We don't need to create all the other things around them. We can do that part ad hoc. But we do need to maybe create like the user record when someone does a login sign up for the first time, because we're actually consolidating those two endpoints, because the magic link can work for register or login, and we're good to go. So yeah, we're basically reworking some auth I had previously. The stack, yeah, I need to start getting commands over on YouTube. Is there a good bot for YouTube? Botrix? Oh, it looks like Nightbot would work as well. Nightbot supports YouTube now? Oh, well then we can just reuse all the... Oh shit, hold on. I'll just do it over on the other machine. It's easier. It always did? Oh. Yeah, no worries there. Recommend this channel. Yeah, let me the Nightbot stuff going on YouTube. That's awesome. So wait, with Nightbot, can you only do one service at a time? Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, let me just do this over. Right? We go to integrations. I don't see YouTube. We go to settings. I could add managers. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to do that over here. I don't think I'm set up for that. Yeah, so where would I do the import thing? What do you mean by that, Suyash? Yeah, I don't see any import-export. No, it's not. All right. Okay. So yeah, it's not something we'll be able to do today. Alright. So yeah, 1 second, no tie. Yeah, I guess we just can't do that. Whatever. Maybe another time. Okay, so the stack, I guess I'll just have to tell you. We're using Astro and MarkDoc for the documentation marketing site. The dashboard is a React SPA using Vite and Mantine, and the backend is using AWS Lambda and my own homegrown wrapper around Architect, DynamoDB for the database. Architect is a AWS Lambda framework. So arc.codes. Does that help there, Notai? So yeah, this is another reason to migrate off of arc.code, or off of Nightbot. What's up, Nicolar? How you doing? So wait, is Quirk hosted yet? There's the Quirk SDK, quirk.gg. His SEO is bad. Oh, and it's not even hosted. All right, so I guess we're not using Alt F4 Stream's Quirk. Does so you don't think Botrix supports multi-stream as well? Chatbot for Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Nope. Not Nightbot. No, I don't want to do the visual of it. Stream Elements chatbot? Yeah, so I don't want to do like the overlay. I just want a bot that responds to the commands for both. Yeah, honestly, I think I'll just have to do it myself. It's actually really easy. So what I'll do is I'll export the stuff from Nightbot, mix it up at. Okay. I could just do it with the bot I have for the song command. Right? All I need to do is get my song command bot, Cadbury, to listen to the chat messages. It needs its own like YouTube account, but that'd be fine. That wouldn't be so bad. So, all right, yeah, we got a project to work on when I need like a break from Walter. Yeah. Y'all know who Cadbury is, right? He's the butler from Richie Rich. Hold on. More music. No, not the Eggman. And yeah, no tie. Mantine is quite good. It's pretty full-featured. One of the biggest reasons I like it is that it also ships with all of these hooks. Right, so yeah, you could go find some library with all these hooks too, but they've got a lot of them just built in. So yeah, I quite like it. Another major reason for Mantine that I think is also one of my favorites I've definitely built this out myself before, but the app shell is awesome. So like this whole like sidebar, sticky header, main content scrollable stuff, really nice. Like setting that up in a responsive way is actually somewhat tricky. Like it's not that hard once you've done it a few times, but at the end of the day, it still takes effort. So having someone else do that stuff is nice. So I get that, Notai. I'm using Tailwind as well. They do conflict with each other just slightly, but there are still use cases for Tailwind with Mantine, in my opinion. So yeah, I combine the two in most of the projects I've done. Yeah, there's definitely some quirks to doing that, right? Like, at least with the older version, Mantine had its own, like, reset. And its own, what do they call it? Prelude, which is, like, their own initial boilerplate. You basically want to ignore the Mantine prelude and let the Tailwind one kick in, but not always. I'm trying to remember the use cases. I feel like it's gotten better. Like older versions of Mantine made it worse, where you had to do a lot of like your own custom overrides. Lately, I feel like it's been a little easier. Yeah, I was on V4. Remember normalize? Remember? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember. The one problem with Mantine is it doesn't work in Astro, because Mantine requires context. And Astro fundamentally just doesn't work with context because it's static rendering, the context just doesn't exist. That is a problem. Meanwhile, like, Mantine works great with server-side rendered Next.js because Next.js supports context just fine. So that is one thing that I think Astra would benefit from, but I don't even know if it's on their radar. How's it going, Omni? Alrighty, so we've got leaving off to do add rate limiting. Let's do that part. Within that component, yes, Nicolar, but not within your entire app, right? And the moment you have that context, it becomes a client only, or at least like a client load kind of thing. So you lose out on a lot of like the actual static rendering stuff. We just dealt with that, Nicolar. Like, if you make it work and it statically renders properly, I'd love to see how you did it. But no, we fiddled with that just like a week or two ago. Notai. So do I make a Trello and come up with designs and plan out the architecture, or kind of just start with my prior experience and throw something together? I'll often do database design. And the database design actually starts off with more of like a trying to think of like the right terms for it, right? Like the business elements design. So this is something that I learned in one of my classes in college. It was a database design class. Basically, you know how you do like the ERD, like entity relationship diagram? And we could even do it over here in like Draw.io. We'll just create a new one, blank, whatever. Or actually, no. So, ERD, bam. We'll just create from the template, sure. Save it, replace. Right, in an ERD, you care about actual like primary key, foreign key, like the types, the proper names of the fields, null, not null, all that kind of stuff. When instead, there's more like a higher level way of thinking about that, where you just simply start mapping out. And in the case of Walter, let's do it this way. So there's going to be the idea of a business, and a business has a name, right? So you start like naming fields and things like that. It'll have users. It'll have accounts, which are like the end users. Right? Cool. We can move on. Then for users, or user, we'll have something like... Nope, stop. User then would have a name, email, right? You start like doing some of these things, but you're not worrying about what like foreign keys are. You're not worrying about their types. You're not doing any of that BS. And like, let's just say the old model was password, name, email, password, and business space. We're not caring about pivot table or join tables or like the many-to-many relationships or any of that stuff. We're just mapping out what the business cares about. And by the time that you have most of these things enumerated, you already kind of have like a mental model of what the app is going to be. You already have a mental model of what endpoints you're going to do. So once I've done this part, I usually consider it good, and then I just start building. So I'll usually start with the API first. I'll, do this part to understand what like the application will kind of look like in my head, and then I'll start building out the database and API. And then once I have the database and API, the front end kind of just builds itself from there. That's basically my process. As far as designs, who here remembers some of my just truly epic designs? So when you say, do I have that? I mean, it usually lives ephemerally. You notice how I didn't save this? I usually don't save it. It just stays as like a file that stays open until I built it. And then the built thing, right? Like the API itself is this now. Now this is for when I'm doing it as like a solo dev. If I was doing this for work, like, for a team, yes, there would be so much more documentation. But yeah, if I'm like designing a UI, sure, I might be like, yeah, let's do the app shell. All right, so the app shell, there's the header, there's the sidebar. On, let's say, the home page, like when you first log in, for a brand new user, we might have a modal that has like a, title. We'll have some fields for like filling out the business stuff, right? I'll like wireframe, but I don't do like designs and things. I don't care about that. Now again, remember, this is only for my own stuff. I would never, ever hand this off to some other dev and say, have at it. Like, dude, yeah. I mean, if I were that dev, I would quit. This is worse than handing someone a Photoshop file. So yeah, for the current app, no, I don't have those documents. When I start doing like the front end though, I will often do like wireframes, especially for like individual components, things like that. But remember, this is just when I'm doing it solo. If I had to do it for a team, there would be a lot more. Here's the funny thing. We could probably give this to one of those like AI tools and it would give us something. It wouldn't know what text to put anywhere. But we could probably give this to an AI tool and be like, yep, build me an app. And it might do something. Would it be good? Probably not. If we annotated things, we might get something out of it. All right, so building out the rate limit. Hold on, am I centered? No, there we go. That's a little more centered. All right, so before we get too far, we're gonna need now. Hold on, this is the recover endpoint. And the recovery code is stored on the users table. So that part's fine. So MFA recover rate limits table. Oh, what did we call it? We see MFA rate limit. We don't have a recover rate limit. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, X Factor, because it needs to actually understand the AST to actually pick out comments. That's a good point. That's a very good point. And this is where our type is going to be slightly different. So this is MFA code rate limit. MFA recovery code rate. So we're gonna have a created at, that part's fine. All right, so before we get too deep, I have to use the restroom. I should probably pour some more water when I do it. So I'll be right back. And yeah, MFA code rate limit, MFA recovery code rate limit. Those are gonna be separate tables that we need to go add to our data like tables over here, right? For our indexes and our table keys and things like that. So BRB, that's our next step.
Saddle up, partner.
All right. So I'm back. Let's get some more tea going. All right. So yeah. Yeah. So we still got some stuff over in types we gotta do. This is MFA code rate limit. All right, so those parts are good. So then this part. And yeah, you guys might be wondering what this magic is doing. This table key manager is basically, it's part of how we create our IDs for the various rows in our table. Because we're using Dynamo, Dynamo is best used as a single table data design. Now, technically, we have two tables because one is the regular tables and the other is the TTL table, right? And we're using the abstraction of separate tables, but it's really just in how we craft what our partition and our sort key are, and how we then create our indexes for secondary indexes like a tertiary key. So all these things kind of tie together into how we need to like query and store our data for proper partitioning within Dynamo, because your partition key is the thing that basically like rate limits you. So you only get like 4,000 read units per second or some BS. I forget the exact time metric there, but you get a limited amount of like read units per partition key. So how you do your partitioning is very important. I've worked at a company that had, I want to say like, probably like 5 or 6 tables, and it actually became like a huge pain to do the querying and things like that. This was also the same company that did a separate repo for every Lambda. Every single Lambda endpoint was its own repo, but they were all sharing like a shared library of like common stuff they do. It should have been a monorepo. If they haven't refactored to a monorepo by now, the engineering for that team is fucked. Yeah, it's... Dude, they used to have Saturday merge parties in which, yeah, we updated the core library they all share. So now we need to do like the entire PR flow from PR to dev to then to staging to then to production for 70 repos. Yeah, they had Saturday merge parties. Dude, yeah. Just bad engineering. It was all of their first times with Dynamo, basically. They called me into it. I was the front end guy. The front end worked great. Could you imagine creating a separate repo for every page in the front end application? That's basically what they did. Like, that's basically what they did. Every page is its own Angular app. Right? Like, you know, per route bundling exists, right? Do it. Yeah, exactly. That was definitely in the voice of the Emperor, right? For sure. That was in the voice of the Emperor from Star Wars. Do it. Yeah, exactly. Let the hate flow through you. Like, dude, yeah. It was really bad. Oh. So that would have been a short do it, right? And you should have capitalized do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, you messed up the capitalization and punctuation on that. In fact, it would have been capital D-O, lower I-T. Do it. Do it. Do it. Starts doing the eyebrows. I actually really liked that movie. I was skeptical. The Starsky and Hutch movie was fun. It was really well done. Like, you know, it's not like gonna win Oscars or something. Fickle wants some dinkle. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. The roar like a dragon. Dude, there's like really good fun moments in that entire film, right? Yeah, it's quite good. I think my favorite part was Ben Stiller's character hopped up on the Coke. I'm bored. Let's do something. Like, yeah, dude, that part's good. Yeah, he did pair well with Owen Wilson, right? Like, yeah. Artificial sweetener. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Zoolander, another good pairing of those two. I still haven't watched the second one. Is Zoolander 2 one of those movies that we pretend just doesn't exist? Like, you know, The Matrix, amazing film. It's a shame they never made any sequels. Yeah, exactly. All right, so back to what we're doing. We've got our types made, our data mapping, I believe, is good now. No, I get it, yeah. Dude, the effects were so much worse, though. Oh, that first fight. I saw that shit in theater. Oh, it was bad. Like, it just looked like a bad video game. Like, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, if it was a video game, it would have been a pretty good video game. At the time. Really, Bystar? Like when they knocked down a bunch of the Agent Smiths, right? Yeah, it sounds about right. Hold on, let's add expirable. I'm sick of seeing that blue. Workspace settings on this project. Or some other things. Calatrava. User settings. Yeah, we'll call it good. I don't need to do every single misspelling. All right, so now back to the endpoint we're working on. But that's the wrong table there. So then this is expirable tables. And yeah, there are definitely some things in my architect wrapper that I think could be better. I think some of our types need some work. Like, some of this stuff should be inferable. I mean, Tired Caesar, the first Matrix released in 1999. I think it was a little bit before it came out. Like, it might have been like year 2000, or you had a pirated version. Which, end of the 90s, year 2000 counts. Yeah, 1999 is one of the greatest years in film, like, ever. Right? Fifth Element. Okay, so it must have been year 2000. Yeah, Eyes Wide Shut. Hold on. Fight Club, The Matrix, Green Mile, Sixth Sense, American Pie, American Beauty, The Mummy, 10 Things I Hate About You, The Talented Mr. Ripley, Eyes Wide Shut, Office Space. Star Wars Episode 1, depending on how you feel about it. Deep Blue Sea, fun movie. Meh. Cruel Intentions. That awakened some things in some people. Blair Witch Project. Regardless of how you feel about the film, it changed how horror was made, right? Big Daddy, Galaxy Quest, Being John Malkovich, Toy Story 2, Boondock Saints, Dogma, Drop Dead Gorgeous, Payback, Iron Giant. Wild Wild West was fun, at least. Thomas Crown Affair, Man on the Moon. It is quite possibly one of the greatest years in film, ever. Election was good. I don't know if I saw Bone Collector. Spy Who Shagged Me. 13th Warrior, I actually really enjoy. Entrapment awakened some things in some people. I know, right? Like, it's insane. Varsity Blues was actually really good. We do all sorts of stuff. The first Deuce Bigelow is actually alright, I didn't realize Existenz actually released that year. House on Haunted Hill. Bowfinger. Bowfinger's amazing. Idle Hands. Bicentennial Man. Go. Like, Placid's fun. Mystery Men. Stir of Echoes. I love Stir of Echoes. Detroit Rock City. South Park the film. 13th Floor. Any Given Sunday is amazing. Like, have you ever... Like, can you name another year that had this many bangers? Have you? Like, dude, I can't think of one. The Hurricane. Oh my god, I didn't realize The Hurricane was that year. Blue Streak was 99. 1994 was pretty stacked too. I mean, duh, the Super Mario Brothers movie. Virus was fun. Alright, now we're getting into like the meh of it. Pushington was alright. And yeah, so I think we're at the end of the list of the good ones. Yeah, this is insane to me, like how many movies came out that year that were quite good. Dumb and Dumber was 1994? Okay. Yeah, Office Space, so good. Okay, so The Crow, Shawshank, Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump, The Professional, The Mask, Lion King, Interview with a Vampire, Little Rascals, Speed. Ooh, you're right, 94 was solid too. Dumb and Dumber, Natural Born Killers, True Lies, First Ace Ventura, Flintstones I enjoyed. A lot of people didn't. Wyatt Earp, you mean the film they released to try to compete with Tombstone? Stargate, Street Fighter has a place in my heart for sure. Angels in the Outfield, totally fine. I liked Beverly Hills Cop 3. Hudsucker Proxy. Clerks. Ooh, Clerks was 94? That's a good call. Little Giants? Good call. Tammy and the T-Rex, obviously. I'm kidding. Oh, like the worst Fantastic Four movie? Maverick? Ooh, I fucking love Maverick. D2 Mighty Ducks was solid. Color of Night definitely awakened something in me. Hey, what's up, Jerome? How you doing? Airheads was 94? Oh, damn. Live action Jungle Book was pretty good. Junior, Time Cop, solid. Brain Scan? Ooh, I love Major League 2. Star Trek Generations? Wait a minute. I don't remember Star Trek Generations. That was the first. Yeah, I always think First Contact was the first one. Wait, Camp Nowhere was 94? Ooh, good call. Naked Gun 33 1/3, Richie Rich, North, Blank Check. Holy shit. Quiz Show, I love Quiz Show. Shadow is a fun one. Blown Away is a great one. Oh my god. So yeah, Jay Bricks, how you doing? And yeah, Jerome, Wolf. Like basically what we're doing right now is I have known, or at least like thought 1999 was the greatest year in film. Yeah, Wolf is great. I love Wolf. But it turns out 1994 gives it a run for its money. Ooh, this mission to Moscow was actually fun. I know it doesn't rank very well, but as far as Police Academy movies go, this is better than a bunch of the ones that came before it. PCU was 94? Oh my god. I wouldn't say Clifford is good, but I enjoy it. Renaissance Man, solid film. Really good film. Wagons East, good one. Yeah, so yeah, these are films released in 1994. We were just comparing 1999. Honestly, Double Dragon, a stinker, but like kind of like renowned for how bad it is. And still a fun film to watch every once in a while. I wouldn't say like a lot. Little Big League, great film. All right, we're getting into, oh, I love With Honors. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Right, like, yeah, Joe Pesci is just awesome in With Honors. No Escape? Yeah, classic. Yeah, good action film. Chasers, definitely awakened something in me. Road to Wellville. I love The Road to Wellville. Blank Man. Classic. Greedy. Ooh, super good. The Ref. Ooh. That's one of the few things I can actually tolerate Dennis Leary in. That and Demolition Man. In the Army Now was 94? Ooh. Okay. Blue chips? I love blue chips. Low down dirty shame's alright. The first Three Ninjas was good. The kickback one was a bit meh. But, you know, it was better than the ones that came after. Alright, and now... Oh, Cabin Boy. I love Cabin Boy. Ooh, alright. So, you're definitely onto something. 1994 versus 1999? That's a tough one. Mixed Nuts is good. Swimming with Sharks is fantastic. Ooh. Ooh. Puppet Masters is good sci-fi. Like, really fun sci-fi. IQ, awesome film. It's Pet is terrible, but fun. Any film with Ween in it, solid. Alright, so we're getting to, like, the end of the good stuff. Silence of the Hams seems hilarious, though. I need to watch that. Alright, yeah, so we're at the end of this list. Yeah. I don't think we're going to find anything else good in this list. Oh, City Slickers 2 is actually a good one. I think I like City Slickers 2 more than City Slickers 1. It's got, like, the classic line. Hey, I think there's something wrong with your cow. You know, I was trying to get some milk earlier today. You know, I'm tugging and pulling and pulling and tugging, and nothing. The cow's name is Norman. I'm gonna go wash up. He actually, like, says, like, a longer line. I think it would have been better if he just said the cow's name is Norman. Instead, he's like, the cow's name is Norman. He's a bull. You were tugging on his dick. And then he says, I'm gonna go wash up. The line would have been better if it was shortened. I was tugging and pulling and pulling and tugging. Like, dude, he does it so good. Kingpin did a good version of that joke too. Like, you know, like, oh, took a bit of doing, but I finally was able to get a bit of milk out of your cow. We don't have a cow. We have a bull. I'm gonna go brush my teeth. Like, so, yeah. Who did it better? That's a little tougher. He's got a milk mustache and everything. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so, Jerome, what were you up to? Sorry, we were on a real quick movie kick. I don't know if you know this, but I am a big fan of film. So, yeah, sorry. What were you up to on your stream? And yeah, Jerome, if you had to get going, sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to leave you hanging. We did the shout-outs and everything, right? Did we do the command shout-out? We didn't yet. Well, we can at least look at it and discuss. Sunday evening coding, still refactoring and rebuilding the farm code. The farm? Oh. Was that like game dev stuff or like farm automation type stuff? I'm actually really curious now. Okay, so let me get another album going. it's the cow versus bull tester, obviously. Yeah. All right, so we need to implement rate limiting. Yeah, we just mentioned both of those, Weistar. So there are two films that I know that have done that. There is there's City Slickers 2, and there is Kingpin, right? So which one did it better? Yeah, no worries, Weistar. Yep. I'm going to do them again because I like them. So in City Slickers 2, hey, I think there's something wrong with your cow. You know, I was trying to get some milk earlier. I'm tugging and pulling and pulling and tugging. Nothing. The cow's name is Norman. You were pulling on his dick. I'm going to go wash up. And then, yeah, the Kingpin line is... well, I woke up early to get some milk, took some doing, but finally got it going. He's got the milk mustache and everything. He's like, we don't have a cow. We've got a bull. I'm gonna go brush my teeth. We're talking about films. All right, so one thing I want to do is look at our rate limiting code from the login, because I think we can copy a bit of that. We can't actually copy as much as I thought. All right, let's actually just annotate what we need. Check rate limit. If existing increment or check counter and possibly increment If not existing, create. Or if not existing and failed, create. So then realistically, this is where we got this part. Right, we'll give people 3 chances to try a recovery code. So this is not that table. This is the MFA code rate limits table. And yeah, magic link rate limit. Nope, this is MFA recovery code rate limit. Ooh, and maybe invalidate the magic. Right, that way they can't keep trying to guess the recovery code. Right, and then they have to then issue a new one. And this would not be a 200, this would be a 401. Right now we have Mailgun configured. I'm on the fence. Like, we're just using Mailgun because I'm familiar with it, and it's easy to sign up for. We care about deliverability. SendGrid is probably the way to go. So yeah, we may refactor to SendGrid eventually. That part is, like, really less important. There's a lot of, like, email sending, like, transactional providers out there. Right? Transactional email services are kind of a dime a dozen, but really, like, the one you pick is important. SendGrid's just annoying because it has a much more strict sign-up process, and I just haven't gone through that with this product yet. But they also have higher deliverability because they are more strict about who can sign up for it. So you're going to end up in people's spam boxes a lot less often. There's also, what is it? SMS with AWS. We could try that one too. I feel like I've heard stories of people having to put in a lot of effort to get their SMS, like 100% deliverability. So it depends. Another one I've seen that seems interesting is Resend. Postmark. Yeah, Postmark's not bad either. Sure. Yeah, I think Mailgun and Mailjet, I'm just trying to maybe avoid in the future just because I don't like what Cinch is doing with them. Like, Cinch basically acquired both of them and then has let them stagnate in the same way that WeWork has basically killed Meetup.com. Yeah, deliverability is the #1 metric for transactional emails. Absolutely. You will lose users if something goes to their spam and they've been waiting like longer than the 15 minutes. Like, you know, there's a major issue if you're doing magic links and they might not get there. I mean, for any transactional email like service, right? Even if you're doing B2C, I think deliverability is the core metric. Because they all have basically the same features, right? Feature set for transactional email. What are they going to do? Like, what are they going to do to differentiate? Nothing. The only differentiator is actually deliverability. Yeah, no worries. I think that's a good tweet, though. Yeah, good call. So yeah, what would the tweet be? What do you mean? Like as a tweet? You mean as like a project we work on? We've done a little bit. I don't find it that interesting. Sorry. No, that's a good point there, Illist. I'd want to like sit and stew on what we would put in that command. But yeah, that's a good point. Like we may want to have a couple different AI commands. And that's like the main reason I'm like hesitating. Yeah. I mean, in the way that people typically ask about it, they are the same. I know they're not technically the same, but as far as like people's understanding of them goes, they are. Right? People that want to be pedantic about it don't understand how language works. And trust me, I've been a pedantic person about this stuff for a long time. Like about like word meaning. Right? Such as I'm trying to think of like the good one. The good one is decimate, right? It literally means reduce by 10%. And I mean literally as in literally, not what literally means now. But at the end of the day, if people use a word a certain way, that's what it means. Because language is evolving. Alright, so if existing, possibly increment. We did that part. If not existing and fail. Right, that's where we validate the code there, and then this is where we create the rate limit. All right, so how many recovery codes do we want to let someone do within a time frame? Yeah, if someone tries different recovery codes within the 30 minutes, then that's it. So yeah, let's go create 30 minutes. And that's from the first one they've tried. It should live as long as the magic link. And we're not using the magic link code yet. So how long is our magic code living for? Also 30 minutes, right? Yeah, so validating the magic link, that's something that we haven't done yet. That's technically going to happen in the validate endpoint as well, but wherever we hack it out first, doesn't matter. So at this point, the magic link is going to be invalidated anyway. I don't think we need to do that part. So if we don't have that, yeah, the autocomplete with Super Maven is pretty good. All right, and this is like boilerplate code. We could condense these ifs into one block. I'm not sure we need to. Right? Like, we could just put the clauses all in, like, one if statement. I like doing both of these at the same time, though, because then that prevents the timing attack of detecting if the user exists or not. Right? We do both queries no matter what. So that's good. Oh, and I see what's happening here. Basically, this to-do highlighter runs really slowly on my machine. And it causes the JSTS extension host to be a bit wonky. Now, here's the part that's a little weird to me. It's still not actually updating that. So, yeah, this extension, to-do highlighter, it's not perfect. I've seen worse. And what's up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? Now here's something I want to try. Try this with Claude. I want to see if it's, like, good at doing this part. All right. Yeah, I think this is a major use case I would use, like, Claude and AI for. Generating mermaid diagrams. Is there a way to make it look prettier? What's up, Proton? How you doing? So yeah, once you get into this state, is there anything that we can actually do? I know, right, Voltagon? Retry. Retry. Oh, does theirs not support styling? Oh. I'm out of free messages until 8 p.m. Well, that's fine. Mermaid. Do they have a playground? Live editor. Hey, what's up, Spheraphoria? How you doing? Ooh, parse error.
Who's a pretty kitty? Spheraphoria sounds like a sleek and agile Siamese cat with glossy, short fur shimmering in shades of cream and chocolate. Let's call them Spark. They love to hunt fluttering moths in the twilight and prefer sleeping curled up on the highest shelf they can find, overseeing their domain like a watchful guardian.
That was it. Okay, so it was adding a keyword that is actually not supported. So that's interesting. And yeah, what were you up to? So writing a debugger. Fun, fun, fun. Nice. Hell yeah. No, I never played any games from tape. No. Yeah, never did that. That is interesting. Because, yeah, it's just tape storage, right? Like, yeah. Sounds cool. So, yeah, what were you doing with the debugger? Like, were you doing that for fun, or is this, like, specifically for... I think you were doing Zig code last we chatted? And yeah, welcome Raiders from Spheraphoria. Just for fun, wanted to know how breakpoints work. Oh. So they rewrite an EXE with traps. And those traps are then like hooked out to the debugger. The debugger then resumes the control flow or whatever, right? Interesting. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's fun. And I missed some follows. Hold on. Stilled, thank you. And Agoric, if you're still out there, thank you for the follow. Cool. Yeah, we are building our own two-factor auth. Technically multi-factor auth, but we're only concentrating on a second factor at the moment. And we're also rewriting our auth for our billing tool to use magic links instead of passwords. 2 is multi, but yeah, like when we say multi, it usually means like you support more than just 2. Not always, but like, yeah. 2-factor is multi-factor, but I'm just saying like we're still limited to just 2. We're not going to support SMS. I'm not sure what it would take to support a YubiKey. Well, there's SMS, email. Hardware keys, right? I'm not sure about that X factor. I don't think so. Right? Like YubiKeys have existed since before the WebAuthn spec. Oh, so bong beers, technically, with most of the, like the 2-factor auth implementations, you're better off giving people a window, right? Because there's gonna be drift based upon like people's clocks, right? Your device's like clock may be out of sync with the actual time, so you need to account for drift in both directions. So in many cases, your code is actually valid beyond when it refreshes on your device, depending on how much drift you may have. Yeah, your code will often work for a time period beyond when it changes. It depends on the service, of course, because it's up to the implementation. But yeah, like the common best practice is to have at least some leeway on both sides, because the drift on your device could be forward or back. We're not using a platform. We're just doing it ourselves. Yeah, Twitch Mobile is full of all sorts of issues. Yeah, I randomly hopped onto a stream in which Dan Clancy was talking with Hassan and Sushi Dragon. And he mentioned that. Oh, that's fine, Bishar. That's fine. Yeah, I'm actually thinking it would be a kind of fun, like, course at some point. And at least, like, a set of, like topical, like, YouTube videos to talk about, like, what rolling your own auth looks like. So what I would end up doing is maybe make, like, YouTube videos that do, like, the high level, like, describing the process. And then a course would actually be like, here's the code to do it. And like, we're gonna build it ourselves in our to-do app or something. I think that would be really fun. And then sell that course. Yeah, and honestly, like, rolling your own auth is not something for beginners. Like, my main thing about courses is I don't want to try and make money off of beginners. I just think there's a perverse incentive there. Exactly, right? But for a mid or senior level engineer, like a big part of it is, even if you're building a front-end application and you want to handle a 401 and redirect people to a login page when the tokens come down, at that point, like, one person normally sets up the interceptor to handle that logic, and then you never touch it again. So I've always been that person on pretty much every project I ever worked on, because I'm usually the one like scaffolding from the start. It's actually been a rare case where I've been the person that like jumped into a project after it was scaffolded. So yeah, for me, like, yeah, I do the interceptor logic pretty much every time. But it was one of those questions that I would like to ask in interviews. Like, hey, if I want to redirect the user to the login page whenever I get a 401, where would be the best place to do that? And a lot of like people who said they were senior but definitely weren't would say on every request. Like, just handle it, wherever you're making the request. And then I would follow up. So do you think it would be a good developer experience to have to write that code for every HTTP request that you're making in your app, right? In like a catch block? And then we'd have a conversation about it and discuss. And it was never like the thing that I would disqualify someone for, because you can be a majorly senior engineer, and after talking about like, well, yeah, you're right, that would be a bad experience, blah, 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 like, we could get to a good answer. But in some cases, I've talked with people who were definitely senior engineers who had never done it before. And they just simply said, like, I don't know, that was something someone else did, and I never had to touch that part. That's a good answer. Correct? All right, cool. And then I ask other questions to suss out if they're bullshitting or not. I mean, most people realize it's not a good idea pretty quickly, but they don't necessarily have a good answer of what the better use would be, like the better place to do it. And how you do that, right? The exact mechanism depends. It's usually the same term you would use, which is interceptor, right? At least every time I've looked at it. I guess in some newer stuff, they just call it a hook, which is fine. But yeah, in Angular, it's an HTTP interceptor. In Axios, it's an HTTP interceptor, etc. And it's one of the number one reasons I think it's ridiculous to think, oh, just use fetch. Well, yeah, do you want to write your own wrapper around fetch to do interceptor logic and all the other stuff that you're going to inevitably need to do? Or would you rather just use an abstraction over the top of fetch? Right? Like one that's already built and battle tested. Just use something that's built and battle tested. I really, really don't like when someone says build it yourself in an interview, because I think not invented here syndrome is one of the worst cases of like tech debt that teams end up developing. The main reason I was specifically asking about it in the last time I was interviewing people is because I was basically interviewing people for my job. Because I was a contractor through like an agency, and I knew that they were trying to get someone that was cheaper, because paying even a proper senior engineer's salary is way cheaper than paying an agency for those hours. Right? Like the agency I was at billed $150 an hour. That's $300 grand a year. The company I was at was not gonna pay the senior front-end engineer $300K a year. Yeah, no, like I focus purely on practical knowledge, like practical experience. That's what I care most about. I don't need to see you code. We can just talk about code. I've never had someone code in an interview with me. I don't find value in it. Right? Like, coding in front of someone is stressful. Like, I know this as a streamer. Luckily, I've got a lot of practice at it. But for other people, like, some people just don't pair program, and that's stressful. But keep in mind, like, my opinion is very rare in the tech world because a lot of people don't know how to interview in general anyway. So they just fall back on the easy, like, coding problem stuff because they don't know any better, right? And it's easy for them, right? They can just do a low effort, yeah, just do this coding problem, and, you know, we'll either pass or not. Now, sometimes it can be good by making it a process in which, like, let's do something, let's code it out, and then let's iterate upon it. And then that kind of, like, susses out how well you would work together. That's kind of nice. Yeah, exactly, X Factor. It basically becomes that. Leak code is a skill, and it's its own skill, and it very rarely has anything to do with the job. So yeah, everyone coming from Spheriforias, we're rolling our own two-factor auth. It's actually kind of cool. I wouldn't say it's simple, because we're also refactoring to magic links at the same time, and I have never actually built out a magic link login system. I have built out password reset, etc. Not recovery, reset. You know, and that's basically the same mechanism. I've done account verification, which is like a verify email. Basically the same mechanism. But there are other concerns with doing magic links, especially in the case where maybe you want to allow people to use the same endpoint for sign up and for register and login. Because honestly, it's just sending the magic link, and then when they use the magic link to get back to you, that's when you decide whether you need to create a new account for them or like reuse like an account that exists. At least for this application. Because to me, I don't want to create a user record if I don't have to. But I guess the major part is when we do the like validate endpoint, which is going to be very similar, like it's basically the actual login endpoint rather than like the send the magic link endpoint. The validate endpoint is the place at which we're going to decide whether we reuse like an account that exists or whether we create a new account for the user. Those will want to create the account anyway, whether they get the multi-factor auth set up. And that'll be when we decide if the user needs to... Yeah, I don't know. I'm still thinking about the flow. But real quick, I have to use the restroom, so give me just a second. Like, yeah, I'm chugging the water, technically the tea. Trying to cut down on the whiskey. Definitely gotten a little too loosey-goosey lately. Trying to cut back. So, yeah, we'll probably get a whiskey before we finish stream today. We'll probably do a whiskey or two over in the gaming stream tonight. But that's far better than we've been at some points, right? So yeah, let me go use the restroom though. I'll be right back.
All that.
Okay. So the part we're at right now. So yeah, the recovery endpoint, that's a totally different thing. Generating the recovery or the secret for MFA is a totally separate thing as well. Exactly, Sticks. Yeah, and it's going to get even more complicated when I start dealing with like invite flows. Right? Because the invite flow is going to like invite someone to a business that they get associated with too. So yeah, invite codes, like a whole bunch of stuff that goes into the URL from the magic link. Yeah, it's going to get quite tricky. But it's fun. It's fun building it out. And yeah, I really do think it would be... Is it going to be a course that makes me a lot of money? No. But I think in building out the course, I also establish a bit of expertise. And, you know, it could be like some good residual income. So yeah, like I already own rollyourownauth.com because I am actually like, I really want to make this. So yeah, should be fun. Yeah, I think it's like hugely relevant. I think the only thing that would have been better is if I had it done sooner. And yeah, what's everyone up to? You guys enjoying the holiday? If you're here in the US, if you're elsewhere, you're just enjoying your Sunday? Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? There is something to be afraid of because there is the if you do it right. Oh, and Swampy, I might have missed your question. I'm sorry. Oh, how was dinner last night? It was good. Yeah, some really fancy sushi. I definitely owe my friend, Bedtime Bear, if you're out there, I definitely owe my friend. They covered the bill. I wanted to contribute as part of the birthday gift, but, you know, I'll figure out some other way. I think it means that I'm on the hook for the golf balls and drinks next time we go golfing. Like driving range stuff. Oh, yeah, sorry, Swampy. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, exactly, X Factor. Yeah, I think it's worth it to be wary and scared of auth a little bit. Yes, a bunch of reading and practice in some place that you can, like, do that stuff, right? For sure. And yeah, we will be doing Baldur's Gate 3 tonight, if you end up hopping in. Yeah, Acorn and Algo, we're totally accommodating on shifting the night we do it. Ooh, Sgt. Pepper. Yes, I was up till 5 a.m. playing it yesterday. Now, I started at about 2 because I was playing some Madden as well. It's quite good. So, yeah, the way I describe Star Wars Outlaws is it's a combination of, like, the platforming style of, like, Uncharted with the multiple path style and, like, the stealth style of like a mix of, like, Tenchu and Deus Ex, right? Like the latest ones. No, so X Factor, it's basically, you know, it's like an open world Uncharted with good stealth elements in the Star Wars universe. That's fun. Yeah, so when I say Tenchu, yes, you can, like, run around on rooftops, etc. But there's, like, the main thing that made me think of Tenchu is, like, the bushes, right? Like, you can hide in the bush, lure someone to it, knock them out, and they're in the bush. You're not dragging bodies, though. I think that would be a good mechanic. Like the stealth elements are very much like Deus Ex, Tenchu, and Splinter Cell kind of combined. I think the reason I reference Deus Ex is because there's the aspect of, like, you can do just the guns blazing approach for a bunch of stuff, or you can do the stealth approach. And in many cases, both are valid. In some cases, you have to be stealthy. Yeah, I never played Galaxies. I did play the Old Republic, though. Right, that, I mean, I played Knights of the Old Republic, both of those, but the Old Republic, the MMO, was actually really solid. Like, you could get the full story for free. It was amazing. Yeah, maybe Far Cry is a better description than Tenchu. Right? Like the hiding in the bush stuff. Is it obvious I play a lot of games? I bet it's pretty obvious I play a lot of games. Oh, and yeah, hold on. Who was it that said they saw the what is open telemetry video? Sorry, I forgot to respond to that. If you're still out there. Oh, there you go, Sgt. Pepper. Yep. Yeah, I did that with Anarchy Online. I ended up getting grid armor. And, like, I ended up getting grid armor 2 and sold it and bought grid armor 1 and then had a bunch of extra, like, credits or whatever. It actually turns out I probably should have stuck with the grid armor 2, but by the time you get to that late game, like, people lose interest and play some other game anyway. So I still enjoyed it. Like, I think it was a good plan for me. Because I don't think I was going to continue on to late game anyway. Makes sense, Swampy. Yeah. Yeah, I want to do a gaming PC upgrade at some point. I think I'm amazed at how long my gaming PC is holding up. Like, I've still got a 1080, and it's killing it. Like, I can play basically any game I want. Is it the highest frame rates for some of the more intensive ones? No. Like PAX Day, that one, the frame rates dip pretty low. Yeah, this 1080 I got. Yeah, we're approaching almost, I want to say we're 8 years into it, of me having it. Something like that. Might be less. I didn't get it when it launched. I definitely did not do that. Because I've always been aware of the fact that, I did get it before the 2080s came out, I think. But I've always been aware of the fact that, like, the 80 matters more than, like, the series, right? Like, the model or whatever matters more than, like, the series of it. See, I've been pretty conscious of that, so I'll usually wait a bit and just get, like, a slightly older generation when the new stuff comes out, because it's cheaper. Yeah, I would say the 3070 isn't worth it to me to upgrade. Like, the small boost I would get isn't, like, not even worth the effort of, like, opening up my PC. You know? Definitely not worth the cost of it. Now, I think I'm probably, like, another year or two away from upgrading my gaming PC. My next purchase will be upgrading my Mac Mini. Yeah, I wouldn't say overkill. Like, X Factor, think about it, like, longevity-wise. Right? You want something that's gonna last you long enough to where, like, the cost of it is justified. Which is why, like, I justified the cost of a 1080. Which is why I would probably personally justify the cost of a 4080 or a 4090 even. Yeah, I personally think going for an 80 over a 70 gives you much more longevity. The 90 would be maybe overkill. But again, I don't know the price differences, so I could be way off. Right? Like, again, you're going to have to, like, weigh that yourself. I just don't. This is not financial advice. So yeah, I might start doing this. Like, use Claude and some other, like, LLMs to just generate, like, workflow diagrams and have those get vetted. Oh, damn. A 4090 is 3K? Woo. I would not be buying a 4090 myself. Hold on, what's the cost of a 4080? 15 hundo. Yeah, maybe the 4080 isn't worth it. Nah, 4070. I don't think I could justify anything more than a 4070 personally. So no. Yeah, I would say the 4070 is probably fine. Because here's the thing, you can always upgrade. Right? Like, that part's modular. The most important part is actually making sure that you're going to have a motherboard that will allow you to upgrade in the future. Right, so motherboard and case is going to be pretty important. LGA 17 hundo, because there's like a new architecture coming out or whatever, or a new socket, that's the word. They're about to switch to a new socket. Oh, and that's like the ultra desktop one you're talking about? That's a good note. So yeah, I'd probably put off building a new PC for a bit. Yeah, making sure your motherboard is more future-proof than like some of the other parts is one of the better moves, I think. Because you can replace CPU, you can replace GPU. Replacing motherboards sucks. And like that's the thing that has like the most like incompatibilities with your other parts as well. Right? Like, you know, it only supports one socket. There's no like socket adapters, are there? I wouldn't trust them anyway. Right? Like clearances and all sorts of stuff would get weird. All right, let's get back to code. So we need to validate our magic link code. We also need to do our rate limiting stuff. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Like, what I'm trying to debate is the right time to create a row for the user. Yeah, when we do login is when we want to create the user. So we'll do that part first, that way I don't forget. So we do users table, right? User get by ID. Means here we need const users table key methods, table key manager, let if no user. Ooh, damn, Super Maven. Super Maven nailing it. We do need to think about their name. And now, we'll leave this empty. Maybe sanitize the username? Yeah, so login. Let's clean up some things we're not using here. Yeah, so that part's good. So then by the time they get to validate, we can assume that the user would have been created. This is the part where we might want to do the create fake user thing to prevent timing attacks. So we'll do this. Ooh, that is not. Oh, we were Beistar. Yeah, you missed it. Where have you been? Ooh, what you cooking? That's something with wine? Is that duck? Chicken. Yeah, that is fancy. You've been sipping on the wine while you were making it, right? What am I thinking of? Gremlins 2. Yeah, the cook in Gremlins 2 does that. Only uses half a bottle. I mean, technically the entire process uses the whole bottle, though, right? Like the sipping on it. There you go, Cotter. You never know till you try. Like warm apple pie. I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it makes sense, Bystar. Oh, there you go, Cotter. Yeah. I'm not saying anyone should do this, but I'm up 10% from when I acquired Intel. My cost basis was $19.99. Or technically like the average price that I bought at. Yeah, I wanted to buy the dip because, I don't know, like, Intel is basically like an institution. This is not financial advice. I like the stock. I like the company. Are they messing up? Are they doing some terrible things? Have they made mistakes? Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I thought too. It was also a good cost basis. Yeah, exactly. And I didn't buy a lot, you know. I'm a scaredy cat when it comes to basically gambling. Like, I got way more in index funds. And for those, oh man, I'm up 25% on one, I'm up 18% on another. I'll take that. Which one? Is that VTI? VTI is the one I got. I also have QQQ. I like QQQ because it's worldwide. No, I totally got you. Like, Cotter, I only buy when I have a job. Only time I've sold is when I didn't have a job. Like, you know. Like, when it was good timing for the sale as well. But yeah. And same thing goes with, like, crypto. Like, I only buy when I actually have a job. I don't care what the market's doing. right? It's based upon my situation more than the market situation. Yeah, for sure, Cotter. I think you got it. Like, yeah, you got this stuff. Yeah, exactly. Totally get it. You're pretty solid with Kubernetes, right? If not, I would say invest into that for sure. No, I got it, but you have experience with it. If anything, I would make sure you've got your AWS Cloud Practitioner certification. That's another one. If you don't have this certificate, No, I understand that, Cotter, but having the certificate is still a thing that will either filter you in or out of the job sometimes. Okay, so you at least had it at one point. Do they? Oh, they do expire? Okay, I gotcha. So I just wanted to make sure. It could be worth re-upping a couple. I don't know. Like, you know your job market better than I do. I'm just saying, like, to get through the, like, the automated resume filtering. Right? To get yourself to, like, the top of the list. Right? To get yourself on the short list. That stuff's important. Right? Like, getting onto the short list is what you got to do to secure the interview. Once you have the interview, like, you know, the stuff that got you there is meaningless. So, same thing with, like, college degrees and university, etc. Those get you onto the short list. Does it mean it guarantees you a job? No, but getting onto the short list is important because that at least gets you the interview. When it comes to interview time, yes, sir. But to get the interview, education's important. It smells like shaving cream in your office? Do you have a little bit, like, underneath your nose? Is it your upper lip? Okay, got it. I don't even know what shaving cream smells like. I've never used it. It's taken me like 2 months to get this going. I don't need shaving cream. Nope. I do not need shaving cream. Yeah, at dinner last night, someone was like, have you considered just like growing out the scruff? I was like, I can't. I don't shave this part. I don't shave this part at all. It just grows in right here, right here, right here, and then on the moles. But yeah, what up, Themby? How you doing? It is currently 5 p.m. What up, Ari? How you doing? Great Monday? Oh, it's not Monday yet. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Yeah, we're making really good progress. We're pretty much at the point where we need to start like validating the... Like we are validating, we're doing some stuff, but we need to implement rate limiting and the magic link logic on this validate endpoint. We probably need to implement rate limiting on the on the MFA like generate endpoints too. Ooh, and I'm mixing these up. No, validate's a separate thing. Yeah, validate is a separate thing. So we do have to do like the same stuff, magic link validation and rate limiting on generate, like recovery and generate seed. No, we have to do our own, like, rate limiting. So, Ari, we're not using Express or anything like that. We're using AWS Lambda, which means we have to store these things in Dynamo, in a TTL table. Ooh, nice, Bob. Yeah, Scalar, document, discover, and test APIs. Yeah, seems cool. Hell yeah, that's awesome. There was another one I had looked at too, if I can ever find it. Oh, LibLab is for generating SDKs, so this one seemed cool as well. And yeah, Mintlify might be another one to check out too. But yeah, check out Scalar. Boom. Yeah, that's the ads, just nailing it. You're the first, like, organic, or person to mention the ads organically without me, like, pushing it. That's cool. Yeah, so on the validate endpoint, we'll let the magic link live through maybe like 3 endpoints. So yeah, basically at the recovery, like generating the recovery code and validating the MFA code. Those 2 steps are where we end up deleting the magic link. To prevent replay attacks. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, so here's one thing. I'm out of water in my pitcher as well. So I'm gonna need to go pour some more water. And I think at this point, we could have a whiskey. We're gonna limit it to 1 here on stream. Maybe 1 or 2 on gaming. I've been getting a little too loosey-goosey. I've been really good about it since, I want to say, Tuesday? Thursday I had a few as well. That was the night of that one party. So yeah, we'll finish doing the validate endpoint. We do want to delete the magic link. Let me at least document our next steps. The 401 if user is invalid. For that, validate magic link. Check magic link rate limit. And yeah, we're starting to realize that some of these magic link snippets and some of these things we're doing in enough places that we probably want to create an abstraction. I think a big part of this is, like, the rate limiting is not necessarily to prevent CPU, like, cost. It's mainly to prevent brute force. So if they start getting throttled or rate limited, I think we're okay. Like, I don't know if we need to prevent a timing attack for them. And actually, I don't think we need to 401 if the user is invalid, because this will just never succeed. So that part's good. Alright, yes, we have it get ignored. I would say take it easy on the backseating style comments, especially when they assume that we don't know what we're doing. It's a bit rude of them. But real quick, let me go use the restroom and pour some more water, and I will be right back.
This is medieval time!
I'm back. Yeah, we'll do a whiskey. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, shit. Dude, some dickhead. So I went out to the bar yesterday and had a drink after the dinner. So I had one at dinner, one at the bar. Some dude's like, ooh, and yeah, if you're looking to try a whiskey, try the white bottle or white label Weller. Because you can't really get it anywhere else. Like, we can get it anywhere else. Like, come on, man. But also, if it costs $600 or $500 for a bottle, how much do we think a shot would have cost? Like, easily $100 a shot, right? So fuck that dude. Like, I'm guessing he might have been, like, the owner of the bar or something. I don't know. I'm sitting there drinking Woodford. And he's like, oh yeah, try the white label Weller. No. Nah. Not gonna happen. That's a nope from me. He must have been the owner of the bar. Like, I have no idea why any human being would recommend someone do that. If I wanted to get it, I'd just buy a bottle. But I wouldn't buy that. I am sipping on the Henry McKenna, which is solid, but it's like a reasonable price. All right, so yeah, let's do some of this other logic. We've already got a lot of that built, so we can really just copy and paste. Yeah, here in, nope, that's the generating stuff. Here in login, we don't want to do the creation there. Here's our rate limiting logic. I don't know if I'm gonna need users table key methods. We'll get rid of that for now. It's usually only used for creating stuff. double check our imports. Yep, a lot of that looks just fine. Okay, so that's where we're gonna need to create a shared file for auth here. And that's where we extract the magic link. Timeout value. Some of these timeouts we can just leave. I think we're going to pull all of these out into the auth. So wait, what are you asking there, Ari? Nah, we're not doing IP or country rate limiting yet. We're just rate limiting based upon like the user ID you might be doing. IP, country, etc. Like that stuff is usually for when you have open endpoints. And we don't really have any open endpoints that are going to matter. So it's all going to be tied to like users. So we have like users that we would limit by. Now, as far as like IP, country, some of that stuff goes, that's really where I'd want to have some type of other thing, like handling that. So when I say some type of other thing, I'm thinking maybe AWS, like load balancer, maybe, like, you know, application firewall stuff. We could always throw Cloudflare in front of it if we wanted. I'm less concerned about that part. Right now, we're just trying to protect specific users, not necessarily the entire API. So this is auth-specific rate limiting, not necessarily whole application rate limiting. But good question. Like, yeah, totally. Yep. Thank you. Like, that was a good question. All right, so what we want to do here is maybe just create like the 5 minutes and 30 minutes as their own values, and then create like usage-specific variables. That way, when we change things, it's a little simpler. So let's go look at where we're doing some of that. Because 30 minutes is used in a couple different places. So number one, magic link rate limit count. That one's easy. Let me get more music going. And yeah, if you have other questions like that, feel free. Yeah, just thank you for respecting my comment earlier about like the backseating thing. That's awesome. Thank you. All right, so this is the let's see. This is the new magic link TTL. So magic link, rate limit TTL. And MFA rate limit. That is a VS Code extension. Yeah, it's called Power Mode. I think it's just Power Mode without the dash. There you go. And then the specific effect you're seeing, right? Hold on, let me double check it's the one I'm thinking. Yeah, like the so engineered, much skill, rally VS Code power, much solid, like all that. That is a specific like set of images that you can set in the configuration for Power Mode. So if you want to set that up, that's like the snippet, like in your VS Code settings. And there's some other good ones too. Like you can do like the fireworks effect. That one's fun. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of them. So, it does just slightly. It depends on what machine you're on. Like, look at it this way. I'm on a 2015 Mac Mini. And I don't find it bothers me that much. So if you have anything newer or faster than that, you're probably not going to notice. Oh, and this is just the magic limit, or magic link TTL. So yeah, we actually, I gotta fix that. Hold on. Right, so the main gist is we may want to change these values at some point, and because we're using them in multiple places, I want to be able to change it in just one place in that auth. Right, and that error we expect because we haven't made that template. Yeah, no worries, Ari. That is correct in pronouncing your name? Perfect. No, we're not testing yet. We still have like 2 endpoints to really like finish up. This is like full-on production code. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is a software as a service I plan on launching. Right, a B2B software as a service, but still software as a service. Right? Like, the reason we are being so adamant about timing attacks is also because we plan on making this, like, fully production code. And, yeah, timing attacks are definitely something... I think it's really easy to miss in building out what you do, and it's also tricky to do the right way. I wouldn't say I'm an expert at mitigating timing attacks yet. The goal is to get it within like a realm or like a threshold that is like reasonably discernible between maybe that just being networking time. So yes, a timing attack. Right, I've been saying this word and maybe not explaining what it is. So here's the basic idea. Let's say, you know, we can use this endpoint. Login. Or, sure, let's say login. So the idea would be, let's pretend you're an attacker. And you go to my login form, which just has you enter an email address. And when you enter that email address, there could be the case of, I mean, bare minimum, we want to respond with a 200 rather than a 401 because we don't want to inform the user that the email doesn't exist. Right? In many cases, right? Even when you're doing like password validation. Let me break it down even simpler. Let's assume you're just doing email password login without worrying about magic links. In the email password context, you may, like in your endpoint, do a lookup of if the user exists. And if the user doesn't exist, you might return 400. And then after that, you might check if the password matches the hash. And if that doesn't match, then you return a 400. The problem is, if you return that 400 before you try and hash the password, an attacker can actually look at how long it took to do these things and determine if the email actually even exists, like as a user. So they can actually do some like sniffing on if the user exists or not versus whether it was just a bad password. So instead, you need to do both. You need to hash the password before you spit them out with a 400 for the user not existing. So it's about being able to take how long the request response cycle took versus like a good, like what step you're in, right? And being able to discern if you got to a certain point versus getting to like the other point, right? Well, here's the thing, Ari, right? Your attacker can't check if the user exists, right? They don't have that, but you want to prevent them from being able to discern that. So number one, you always want to make sure you're responding with the same error code and same error message of whether the user existed or whether it was just a bad password, because you don't want to leak if the user exists. Right? So they don't have access to the database, but they can look at, if you're doing it wrong, whether you returned early because the user wasn't there, or if it took longer which means that the user was there, but the password failed. That would mean that someone could sniff if that user is signed up for your service, and that gives them way more leeway to perform like a brute force on that user's email. Like within your service. So it's about like not leaking information to an attacker. And a timing attack is one of those things that an attacker can kind of like look at the timing of these things and understand like, well, how far am I getting in the process theoretically? So you want the user not existing or the bad password to take roughly the same amount of time within a margin of error, because you're going to be dealing with networking of fetching the user from the database, right? And that is not going to be a static time every time. That's going to have some like leeway. So to that same effect, there's going to be some leeway in some cases where like you can't necessarily move on to the next steps without erroring the user out because you needed something there. So at that point, are you within a realm of like, or a threshold that doesn't actually leak anything because the attacker can't decide if it's just networking latency being variable or if they're getting to a different step. So there's like a threshold there. And networking is almost always the slowest part of your process. So if you're maybe having to do something that is CPU bound, but it's like, you know, a fast CPU thing, well, then the attacker wouldn't know. Rate limiting is definitely useful, but yeah, there are ways, like, depending on how you rate limit. If I was just to do IP and country, well, yeah, they can use VPNs, they can use all sorts of stuff. They can use AWS to brute force me to get around that rate limit. But instead, if we rate limit based upon the email being tried, then we're good to go. Right? Doesn't matter at that point. Now, we should be doing both types of rate limiting. But the IP country rate limit is a little trickier to nail down. And you have to do it in like a very... You want to do it in more of like an application way rather than like per endpoint. And I think it's trickier to nail down, so I'd rather use a service for like the global rate limiting, right? Whereas instead for like user-specific rate limiting, I think that is a per endpoint problem. Or at least like a middleware problem. Like a couple endpoint middleware. Now again, I'm not like the greatest security engineer who ever lived, so I may be missing some stuff. I may be doing some stuff slightly wrong. If anyone here is really like concerned with security, like Cotter, if you're still out there and you discover something in your security like certification stuff, let me know. As a practice exercise, Cotter, if you would like to do an audit, I'd be more than willing to let you do so. So when you say placeholder in the queries, yeah, you can like, yeah, exactly. That's a great point. So when I do, I believe here in validate, I'm doing this like create fake user. So then I'm creating a brand new user ID for this entire process, right? So this user ID could either be the real user ID or one that we just generated on the fly. And then at that point, we're doing queries for stuff to the database or our TOTP like validation and all that, but we're doing it with a value that doesn't matter, doesn't do anything, and the attacker can't necessarily discern anything. So yeah, like placeholder values in your queries that are gonna spit out a, you know, value not found, totally fine, but you're still like making the request, which then prevents someone from like sniffing if that request even happened or not, because you're still doing it no matter whether the user is valid or not. I think understanding REST, if you're looking at back-end stuff, understanding SQL and REST is essential. From there, the language you pick, that part's going to be determined on where you live and where you're trying to get a job. That makes sense, Ari. No, the create fake user is specifically because we want to, like, still do all of our requests later. But we don't necessarily want to do it with, like, an undefined value, because that could be tricky. But yeah, if you're trying to get a back-end job, like SQL and REST, that's essential, right? The language you do it with, I don't care. That's going to really depend on where you live, where you're trying to work, all that stuff. My biggest thing about languages is you should learn as many as you can, because the more languages you learn, the faster it is to learn a new one. Right? Language should never be your bottleneck. If it's remote, does it matter? I mean, it still does. Like that one guy, you're still applying to a job somewhere, right? Are you looking at applying to the US? Well, yeah, then it's going to matter less about like the state that the company is in and more about like, well, in the US, what languages or frameworks or whatever are more common. It might even depend on like the industry that the business you're applying to is in. Startups tend to favor React. Big enterprise tends to favor Angular here in the US. In other countries, that's different. It just depends. I've heard, I don't know for sure, that Germany heavily favors Angular for most things. I don't know that for a fact. I just know what some people have told me. That's up to you to like verify. Like look it up, look at where you're applying. That stuff's gonna matter. And I know that was like front-end frameworks, but the same applies for languages. Hey, what's up, Fallen? How you doing? So yeah, Colombia is also really heavy in Angular. Interesting. I didn't know that. Makes sense. And I say the same thing about frameworks. The more front-end frameworks you learn, the easier it is to pick up a new one. I mean, I just like having music. To me, the movement actually like helps me think. I don't know about you guys, but like when you talk on the phone, do you get up and pace? I bet you do. There's something about like movement that actually like makes our brain work a different way. Right? When you're washing the dishes, when you're in the shower, like there's the idea of diffuse thought process. I believe movement really like spurs the diffuse thought process. Anxious pacing to get off the phone. Here's the thing I know people that love talking on the phone, but they still pace. They still get up and move. There's something about movement that forces our brain to think just slightly differently or to do what it needs to do, etc. Right? So, yeah. But no, like, Fallen, like, I think we all do it. I don't know if I trust people that are able to sit while they talk on the phone. That's boomer shit. If you were to apply at GetKraken, can I give you a ref? Feel free to put me down as a reference, for sure. I mean, that's 5th grade. That's just bullshit. Yeah, I've done that before. When I was in high school. Had a long conversation on the phone kind of thing. Yeah, what positions do we even have open? Oh, really? Okay, and are you in Spain? Oh, okay. No, so they're looking for people to join their Spain team. It's most likely like a cost thing. I mean, look at it this way. Do you think the salary they pay in Spain would be enough for you? I don't know. I'm not sure. Enterprise account manager? Yeah. Like, we have major, like, enterprise customers, and I believe some of our enterprise account managers are already kind of, like, stretched thin. I can't disclose too much more, but yeah, we have some already, I believe, and they're killing it, and it seems like they need more. If you ever done enterprise account management, I don't even know what that means, really. Like, I know what it means a little bit. I don't know what the job actually does. I believe it's basically like sales. Like, you know, you're their point of contact. You also try and convince them to add more seats, things like that. I don't know. I don't know what the job is. So, I mean, software engineer Alicante, Spain, that one is like specifically for in the office. Like, so this is not a remote role for just the general software engineer position. Yeah, no worries. If you do have seniority, right, like front-end architect, senior front-end engineer, that would be remote for Spain. Here's the thing. Honestly, it doesn't hurt to just do the dream role thing. Hit them up. I do think the Canadian part is trickier, just because of, you know, like visas or I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if the Canadian part makes sense. Oh, there you go, iReal. You would either have seniority or seniority. All right, let me pour another water. Technically a tea, but this tea is very waterlogged at this point. It does offer some color change though, so good enough. Alicante is a beautiful place. Yeah, I've never been. I've never traveled outside the country. I'd be willing to. I'd have to get a passport first. Oh, I do have a bottle of honey, but I'm actually trying to cut down on sugar, so I don't really use it. Yeah, I'm actually doing like 0 sugar or anything in my tea. I mean, my plan was to add it to my Earl Grey tea, right? But instead, I've developed a taste for tea without sugar, so I think that's even better. It took a while. I mean, it's a bad name. Earl Grey refers to someone's name, I believe. Like, Grey was their last name. Basically, Earl Grey is like a black tea, but they add bergamot oil. And a bergamot is like a citrus something or other. This is really good tea, though. Like, yeah, this Earl Greyer, right, in like the natural unbleached tea bags, like, yeah, solid. Like, this is a solid tea. Yeah, one thing to remember, though, is you can overdo Earl Grey. And I believe if you do overdo Earl Grey, like the bergamot oil will give you, I can't remember if it was kidney stones or gallstones, but either one sounds terrible. Why Claude and not ChatGPT 4.0? I don't care. Have I tried Japanese tea? So, I mean, yes, I've had Japanese tea. I don't know what the difference is, though. Isn't it just green tea? So yeah, I've got green tea right next to me. Right? It's the, Twinings. But yeah, I've got some green tea nearby. Matcha is just stronger green tea. No, they all come from basically the same plant. Like, there may be some, like, variations of species just slightly, or where it's grown. But for the most part, like, the tea plant is, like, the one plant. Right? There may be some, like, cultivars or some very specific things people have done to grow it differently, but it all stems from basically the same plant. So then green tea, black tea, hold on. What are some of the others? Ceylon tea. Like, most of these are just the same, like, plant, but grown in different places. Iced tea. Yeah. Iced tea is typically black tea. Right? Even like Southern sweet tea is typically just black tea with a lot, like, no, it's technically sugar with a bit of water in black tea. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Southern sweet tea. It is delicious. But if I were to drink that every day, I'd be dead in a week. Like, as much as I've been drinking the water. But yeah, Bad Cop. I mean, honestly, the Dream Roll thing, like, the company is in Arizona, and you may be asked to visit, but I don't think they're requiring you to be in Arizona for remote work. No, I don't drink coffee. Ooh, spill the tea. There you go. Yeah, Bad Cop prefers spilt tea, obviously. Touché. No, I used to drink Red Bull for my caffeine intake. And yeah, the Red Bull, I'm trying to cut the sugar, so, just standard. I don't do fake sugar at all. I would also drink the green one, the blue one, the yellow one from time to time. I don't like the red one, the watermelon. Ugh. I have some of the watermelon that I've had for, like, months. Like, possibly over a year. Because it tastes terrible. The peach one's good, though. Yeah, White Monsters, like, yeah, none of it is. Like, the sugar is just terrible. Right? Fake sugar, even worse. If you do the fake sugar thing because you're trying to lose weight or whatever, go for it. I can't stop you. I personally will never do it. I don't do fake sugar. Sucralose gives me headaches. Aspartame messes with my stomach. Stevia just tastes weird. And those are like the big three. And yeah, technically, there is a percentage of sucralose that doesn't leave your body, right? You don't pee it out. Maybe you sweat it out, or maybe it attaches to fat cells that then become harder to burn because your body can't metabolize it. So that part's up in the air. But I don't trust sucralose. Right? Like something like 90-something% of sucralose leaves your body through urine. Where does that other bit go? I don't know. And that part freaks me out a little bit. And yeah, like honestly, guys, like nothing prevents you from just applying via the dream roll thing. Does it mean you'll get the job? No, but then you'll be on, you know, you'll be in their, like, list somewhere, I guess? I'm not sure. But yeah, if we have anyone living in Spain, check out the Spain thing. I just wonder if, like, because of how taxes and some of those things work, maybe that's why we only hire from Spain and the US? I don't know. But it doesn't hurt if you're in Canada. It doesn't hurt to reach out and ask. But yeah, how you doing, Christian? Yeah, we're chilling. Sure, exactly, Gioba. Yeah, that's a good point. And hold on, I missed a couple follows. KM, I totally missed that one. I hope you're still out there. Thank you. Super Vinci, not just Da Vinci, Super Vinci. And The Hazelwise. Oh, I like that name. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Sorry, just double checking some stuff. Right. But yeah. Ooh, and Algora.tv Yep, they got some Elixir bounties, right? If you want to work on Algora TV, you could also stream to it. That'd be cool too. But yeah, Algora.tv is trending on GitHub today. I just saw a tweet about that. Like, super cool. So yeah, like if you guys don't know and you're trying to like make a little bit of money, there are bounties on Algora.io. Algora TV also has some of their own specifically for their own platform. Right? Could be worth checking out. Right? Algora shared some of their own bounties. Ooh, a stream resumption feature, because the stream has dropped a couple times for me. Damn, it's really cool to see them like noticing that some of these things are like breaking and creating incentives for it. Super cool. Depending on where you live, this could be a really respectable amount of money. Oh, interesting. I wonder if the total awarded is a bug. Because I feel like, yeah, we just saw that someone got a bounty redeemed, but then total awarded is 0. That's interesting. But yeah, really cool stuff. If you're looking to do some bug bounties, get involved in open source, but also make some money from doing so, could be worth it. Right. Let me get another album going. Oh, it's already 6 o'clock. Shit. Let me double check with the stream team. Or the game team. Let me double check. I think no matter what, I should be considering where to leave off. We'll update that import. So the increment rate limiting we've already done. So that part's done. So then from there, yeah, validating our magic link. That would be a 401. And I may want to move this like validation step to above. That way both get validated and then we check them and send it off. And yeah, leaving off yet. We'll see when they respond. And hey, Enver, I just see you over on Algora. Love seeing people chat. Yeah, awesome. How you doing? How do you like Algora so far? Sorry, I just saw that. Ooh, you know what I would really like? That would be a nice thing to pass on to Algora about Algora TV's chats. Adding a timestamp for the user's local time. Maybe make it an option, but I feel like I love seeing the timestamp in chat. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, what's up, Enver? How you doing? Let me know if there's a better way to pronounce your name. Hey, what's up? And I know I've asked you before. Kayan, right? Kayan? Is that the right way to pronounce your name? Let's do the shoutouts though. Okay, cool. Yeah, no worries, Enver. I mean, honestly, I'm sure Algora would love it if you hang out over on their stream. You know, the more viewers on their platform, the better for them. I wasn't trying to encourage you to hop over here. I'm sorry it took me so long to respond. Yeah, I'm just not in the habit of looking over there, but the more people chat over there, the more I'll make it a habit. But totally up to you. Happy to have you. All right, so you were working on some LabVIEW stuff. Ooh, okay. And what is LabVIEW? I've never used it myself. I don't know what it's good for. Used for test and measurement. National Instruments. Okay. I've heard of them. Interesting. So this is for hardware testing, right? High quality for measurement stuff. Okay. They also created the LabVIEW language. Okay. Got it. But yeah, it's very specifically hardware stuff. Making a music editor UI. Oh, okay. So you can use it for just software stuff too then. Okay. Super cool. And yeah, Enver, what was the advice specifically? Like, I'm wondering, did you make that comment like live at where we are, or were you like further back in the VOD? So it's a mostly full-fledged language, and the things it can't do innately, you can pretty easily enable, such as DLL calls. Okay. Nifty. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, I'll have to fiddle with it at some point. I just remember Native Instruments was in the news for, or not news, but like in Hacker News for something recently. And I was like, oh wait, did Texas Instruments rebrand? Nope, totally different company. Like, totally different company. Wait, did I just say Native Instruments? Native Instrument is a totally different company. National Instruments. That's what I meant. Okay, so now their name is just NI. Okay. Interesting. Super cool. Alright, so still nothing from Algo and Acorn. So let's keep hacking out a bit of code. Oh, so it'll be like Haskell? Haskell was massively confusing for me. Not that, like, functional programming is confusing, but that Haskell's syntax looks very foreign to me because I just haven't learned enough. It's more like Spice than a programming language. And obviously, he who controls the spice controls the universe. Oh, okay. Spice is actually a thing. You weren't making a joke. Okay. So Spice is an electrical engineering diagram layout test language. Okay. Yeah, because it seems like LabVIEW is still like, it has its roots in like hardware design and testing and all that stuff. But it's like generalized enough that you can use it for anything now. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So, would you say Spice and, like, Mermaid maybe even have, like, some type of similarities? Because it seems to me like electrical, like, diagram layout stuff is very similar to maybe, like... Okay, so Mermaid is for generating... Hold on. Let's just go back to version 1 of this, look at the preview. Mermaid is for like generating like workflow like diagrams. But realistically, like I know this is extremely basic, but Mermaid can help you generate this kind of diagram using code that looks like this. Now this is very simple, but I'm willing to bet you could probably express something similar with Spice. And I mean, purely just from like a visual and like workflow perspective, the electrical part and like the metadata between connections and all that junk, like way more explicit and verbose in Spice, right? Okay. Gotcha. So maybe the overlap is very minimal. Oh, looks like Algo's responding. Are we gaming? All right, so he's ready whenever. We should go raid someone. I think we have a good point to, like, you know, get back into what we're doing. We have a good, like, resume point for tomorrow. Yeah, if Algo's ready, Acorn will be ready here soon. And yeah, I think this is a good point at which we can pick back up tomorrow. We already made some really good progress. We've got basically 2 more endpoints. Yeah, I'll be playing some games with AlgoBro and Acorn 1010, over on my gaming channel. As long as both of them are available tonight, we'll be playing some Baldur's Gate 3. The evil playthrough.
My wizard talks a little bit like this. He is the Dark Urge. He likes to see things get murdered.
So yeah, I do a voice when I play. The other people are not expected to. I like doing voices. But yeah, so who should we go raid? Who's even streaming right now? Oh, Nang is going. We haven't had a chance to raid Nang for a while. Awesome. Yeah, let's go raid Nang. He's working on Pair AI, which is super cool. I finally get to pay back the raids that he's passed to us. So this is awesome. If you're not familiar with Pair AI or trypair.ai, you should definitely check it out. It's an open source AI powered code editor, so just think Cursor, but open source, which is just better, right? Check out their pricing. You know, you get in early, $120 a year, $10 a month, not bad. Like, you know, I forget what the discount is. But yeah, I don't know. Seems pretty good. My poor little Mac Mini wasn't capable And yeah, so we're gonna go right on over there. Oh, it's ticking down. YouTube and Algora, thank you for chilling. See you guys over on gaming in a bit. We're gonna go say hi to Not Nang, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Later. And yeah, so we're gonna go right on over there. Oh, it's ticking down.
Chat equals bankruptcy. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's a lot cheaper. Like, we're gonna use a super cheap model. Oh shit. W Rays, CM Griffin. Oh my goodness, I'm so tired right now, CM Griffin. But thank you for the raid. Yes sir. Shout out CM Griffin. Guess I should plug my stuff. CM Griffin, how is your stream? Oh yeah, my website. Bro, I'm on my last leg right now. Alright guys, if you're new here, we are making a startup. A Pair AI, the open source AI powered code editor. I thought we were supposed to make it AI. I think I'm powered. But yeah. CM Griffin, how's your stream? How's the auth going? Yeah. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Biggest one is like, how do we compare to competitors? Yeah, like right now our first step was try to get parity with our competitors, and then we will improve on top of that. But I would say, I gotta find my comments again. Yeah, I guess my comment was like the code-based indexing for ours is faster from my experience. We're open sourced, like the only one that's open sourced. Well, you know, maybe there's ones I don't know about, but there's that. So we're fully transparent with what we're doing. We cost less just from a dollar basis, and we are heavily UX focused. I think the biggest differentiator in this space is probably like the LMs are gonna carry like 90% of that. And RAG is a known algorithm, but what matters is how seamless it is for your development experience. So that's what we're focused on. All of this, or I guess like mainly the last one, is a work in progress. But I think we're doing good. We're like 3 months in, and we already launched. We're trying to get funding right now, and yeah, please try it. I'm sure I promise you'll love it if you try it. Unless you are like CM Griffin and you have a million extensions that you need to enable. But that's a work in progress. Yeah. Or if you need autocomplete, I just wrote a guide for our blog. Check it out. Yeah, pretty much it's how you set it up. It works. But CM Griffin was having some issues. CM Griffin says my stream was great. Magic links are good. Haven't started auth yet. Maybe mainly finishing up the authenticated app, kind of 2FA. Nice. Sounds fun. When building with LLMs, the billion-dollar companies are going to make huge UI UX strides. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Also, do not know who Edward Furlong is, but shout out CM Griffin. Shout out CM Griffin. If you guys don't, oh, okay. I guess if you're from CM Griffin, I mainly make YouTube videos. I have a new one coming out this week.
This kid made over 1 million.
This is my YouTube channel. I'll link it. Thank you. And CM Griffin. So yeah, definitely check out CM Griffin. Very entertaining stream. He's got good energy. He's also much smarter than me. I can already tell. So if you want to learn, go learn from him probably. But if you are interested in, yeah, I'm gonna end it there. I guess this is the first time CM Griffin has seen me talk. Everyone can build an LLM for grabbing market share will do great. Oh yeah, I see. Okay, maybe we get back to this so I can go sleep soon. To wake up at 8 tomorrow to go work out with some his name is Ben Wolfson. He's a CS influencer, but I prematurely agreed to go to this like fucking at 8 a.m. Yeah. Shout out CM Griffin. This is not working. Ooh, I might So when this happens, like if the chat gets really long. Oh no, it's working. Yeah, so for V2, dude, Max, I've been sleeping at like 4 or 5 every day. And I'm also on 5 hours of sleep for the past couple of days. Okay, so the biggest problem I think with Pear right